Hello and welcome to Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation to do a playthrough celebrating the game's 25th anniversary. Hey there Stan, good day to you as well, dude. I hope you're having a good one. In deciding what to do for the game's 25th anniversary, I was originally going to get all the secrets. There isn't any reward for getting all the secrets like in some of the earlier games before this one. But secrets that you do find can be weapon, ammo, and all that kind of stuff. However, I decided to drop getting all the secrets because it would add extra time on top of the playthrough, because I'd need to use a guide, because I don't know where they all are off the top of my head, and I don't want to miss any and have to backtrack and reload saves and all that kind of stuff. So I thought it'd probably be better to leave that for a future playthrough to get all the secrets when I don't have a little bit of a time restraint. And I decided, well, I want to do some kind of challenge with the game, and I thought about dual pistols only, because it's challenged that. I mean, I'm used to using the pistols for as long as I need to until I get to a point where I have to start using other weapons. So it's only going to feel natural to me to have to go through without using any other weapons. The thing is, though, there are some parts where you literally cannot get past a part unless you use a different weapon, and it's the revolver or the crossbow, and using the aiming to actually shoot something. So for example, there's a part of the game where you have these targets that you need to shoot and you need to get them shot very quickly. Shooting them with your dual pistols is pointless. You need to use the crossbow with the scope attached and zoom in on each one and then shoot each target. So those moments are exempt from this dual pistols only. However, in combat though, it has to be dual pistols only. So this also means that I'm not going to be able to use the safety tactic in one of the later levels where I destroy the gun turret. Because I need to use the revolver normally with that, but I'm not going to count that because that's not a progression requirement like the other example that I said. So yeah, there's only going to be some points in the game where I have to use a scoped weapon, but I'll mention what those parts are before I actually have to shoot. But for all other instances, I have to use the dual pistols. It's going to be interesting in the later levels when you have skeletons that can only be killed by knocking them off things. And the pistols do not have enough power to knock them off things, so we're not going to be able to knock them off things. So yeah, there's going to be a little bit of difficulty in some parts, but it's not going to be like a massively difficult challenge where it's going to take me months to get through or anything like that. So that's what we're doing. We're doing the dual pistols only. I'm allowed to use as many health kits as I want, so this isn't a no health kit playthrough and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're doing for the 25th anniversary. And I might stop and listen to music as well until it loops or stops. There's a lot of music in this game that is the same, so it won't be a whole lot of doing that. But there will be moments where I want to do it. Like at the start of this stream, that's why I wasn't saying anything. Plus I was also curious because in Tomb Raider Chronicles, which came out after this game, if you actually let the game go at the title and the camera zooming through all these areas, it shows Lara doing different things in different scenarios. And I was curious with this game to the extent of what they do it, and there only seems to be 2 different loops that happen. But in any case, I've already listened to that music as it's gone through, so the visuals that we see now we've already seen a few times before. Hey there, Tech. Welcome on in. How's it going? It doesn't, in the traditional sense. There is a part where you do training, but it's tied into a flashback sequence to when Lara was 16 and she was with the Werner von Croy archaeologist, and so that acts as a training level. It was for new players, but also returning players, because there's some new things that are in this game that weren't in the previous one. Hey there, Calm. Welcome on in. Rod Legion was your most watched stream this year. Thanks for all the streaming. Good luck in the new year. Oh, that's awesome, Calm. Thank you very much for that. That's cool. Muchly appreciated. And thank you. Absolutely. Thanks for the good luck. Muchly appreciated. Coffee 3 and 4 are your favorites? Very nice. Coffee, yeah. Yeah, Tomb Raider 3 was a great one. This is my favorite one. It was actually the first one I ever played, and it was one of the early PlayStation titles that I bought as well. So I've got a lot of nostalgia for this game, for sure. Hey there, Grail. Welcome on in, dude. Thank you so very much for the raid. Muchly appreciated. The screen's just going to freeze there while I click off it for a moment. How's things been going, dude? I hope you've been having a good one. Welcome on in, everyone. Thank you for joining the stream. Hey there, Unseenable. How's it going? Welcome on in. How was Warhammer 40,000? Space Marine 2. How you doing with that game? Oh, no trouble at all, Grail. No worries at all for the shout out. Thank you so much for the raid. I've been going good. Been getting through a lot of games. I just recently finished Prince of Persia Warrior Within to do a 20th anniversary of that. I showed 2 endings and also listened to the music as I went through and all that kind of stuff. And I did the Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2 last night, or early morning, because I finished at about, I think it was 3 a.m. my time when I finished the Lake House DLC. But that was good. It was about a 5-hour stream. Did that content. So a big stream day yesterday, but doing well. It was good. You've been killing Xenos and getting the new cosmetics. Oh, very nice. It's always good to kill those Xenos. That's cool. So welcome everyone who came in from Grail's Raid. We're literally at the start of the game, so you haven't missed any of the start of the game or anything like that. I'm doing a pistols only playthrough for this game. There will be some points where I need to use either the revolver or the crossbow as a scoped weapon, but that's only for shooting targets that need to be shot. I can't use it for enemies and things like that. So that's what we'll be doing with this 25th anniversary playthrough. And yeah, I can't believe that it came out 25 years ago. I was about 15 then, when this game first came out. Jeez, the time flies. Grau, you've been rough with your health though. You had surgery 2 weeks ago. Oh no, dude. I hope that the surgery went well and that you're recovering well. I really hope that it all went well for you, dude. There will be spoilers in this playthrough, so if anyone hasn't played this game before, just be aware that there'll be some spoilers and stuff that I'll probably end up talking about at certain points. So just a little bit of a background on how I came to become a fan of Tomb Raider. This game is the cause for that. So I didn't get a PlayStation 1 when it first came out because I was still playing the Nintendo 64. But when I saw a friend of mine play Metal Gear Solid, I was like, I need to get a PS1. So I eventually got one, and this was one of the earliest games that I got because I had actually played a demo of this on PC, and I liked the demo. So when I got the PlayStation 1 and this game was in front of me, I was like, yep, sold, definitely getting it. And so I bought it, and the rest is history. I played through it, I got the other games before it, and I got Tomb Raider Chronicles, which came out in 2000 and all that kind of stuff. So went all in, and from that day forward, I've been a fan of the franchise. And 1999 was also an interesting year. As a companion sort of thing to my personal experience with this is the movie The Mummy from 1999 as well, which is actually one of my favorite action-adventure movies. It's such a great remake as well. The original was more of a horror movie in the 1940s, I think it was. I think it was 1941 when the original Mummy came out. But the remake went the adventure route as well. And so, because I was a fan of Indiana Jones, you had this, which is very much within the vein of Indiana Jones, and same with the Mummy movie, of course, as well. I remember seeing the Mummy at the movies, and I was like, whoa, because at that time, in terms of the Indiana Jones franchise, there were games that we had gotten, but we hadn't yet gotten another movie. So it was just the 3 movies. And to this day, some might say that the other 2 that came out were a dream. But specifically, in 1999, there was only 3 literal Indiana Jones movies. And The Mummy felt to me like a new generation type of Indiana Jones movie, things like that as well. So having those 2 things, this game and The Mummy from 1999, and the fact that I was interested in Egypt, Egyptian mythology as well, and the pyramids, and also the Sphinx and mummies, and all that stuff. It wasn't until later that I started to gain an interest in like the gods and the goddesses and all that kind of stuff of Egyptian mythology. But it's something that is right up my alley as well, and so it has informed a lot of the things that I've become a fan of over the years. That's why Assassin's Creed Origins, I love that game a lot too, because it's set in Egypt as well. They did such a great job. I mean, the first Tomb Raider goes to Egypt, but this game you actually is the whole, well, with the exception of the flashback prologue, which is in Cambodia, but the majority of the game is actually in Egypt as well. And there's some really cool FMV sequences in this game that are very horror-like as well. And by this point in 1999, they'd started to get really good with the FMV sequences in the PS1 titles. Like, if you look at the first Tomb Raider and its FMV sequences, I mean, even if you look at 1998's Tomb Raider 3, But you get into like Tomb Raider Last Revelation in 1999, and you can really see, you had games like Siphon Filter 1 coming out too as well. So there was this progression in the FMV quality of those sequences and all that kind of stuff. Grail, it did, but the recovery has been not so good. Staying positive though, that's definitely the best that anyone can ask for, Grail. You know what I mean? Like, you just got to take one day at a time, and as long as you can try, it's obviously things aren't easy. It'd be great to just click your fingers and have things just, be 100% again. But the best you can do is just take each day and, try to stay as positive as you can. And hopefully the recovery will improve and that your overall health will get 100% better as well. Stan, you're more interested in motionless gods of Egyptian mythology. Motionless, motionless like Osiris. Motionless, his limbs like Osiris. There are no worms in you, you are not corrupt. Such a great song. Growl, exactly. That's it, That's all that anyone can really try and do. Is just try your best, Calm, lots of cool dots connecting with your passion, GG's. Thanks you, Calm. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, I really like looking back on things that are in media that I really, really like, and sort of like trying to figure out, the reasons why and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'd have to say that as a base, Indiana Jones would definitely be one of the early sources of why, I like adventure movies, and would go on to like, Tomb Raider as well as Uncharted and Assassin's Creed and Prince of Persia, of course. And those sorts of games. I mean, platforming games is in my DNA anyway, with, Super Mario Brothers, playing that when I was 5, things like that. So that was already something that was in my sort of like, up my alley kind of thing. And it's funny, like, connecting the dots and being like, this could possibly be why I like this thing over that. It's the same with, like Aladdin and Prince of Persia and the Sinbad movies and, all that too as well. Like, it's just something that I really like a lot as well. And it's just crazy how fast time goes. And, I still remember in 1999, like, there was so much with media going on. Like, you had The Matrix in 1999, and whether you like the movie or not, which is understandable either way, like I enjoyed it a lot. But either way, it definitely was a turning point, especially for effects in movies. And every single movie, even like parodies of horror movies, scary movie, even they used, references to the Matrix, like the whole bullet time thing, and, Max Payne as well, being inspired by that too, and, all these things that came along. And it's interesting looking back and then realizing, how long has gone by since then, and other things have come along that have become really popular. And I think about games that never existed until after a certain point, but they just feel like they've been there all the time. It's just things like that. Hey there, Code. Good morning. You're sneezing like the Hulk. Well, I hope you're not literally sneezing like the Hulk, because I think that would cause a few hurricanes and all that kind of stuff. But I really hope that the sneezing stops for you, Code, though. Hey there, Amanda Nicole. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Hey there, Shaky. How's it going, dude? Hey, Mr. Gote. How's your day going? Thank you for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara, Mr. Gote. I'll definitely be able to do that very soon. Thank you for redeeming the Must Have Been the Wind as well, because it must have been the wind, surely. Hey there, Zereth, bringing in the no. I should have actually updated that command, because I've got the 1999 Lara Croft emote active now. If you look at the pinned message up the top of chat, that's the one that I'm using for the message in the pinned message. Mr. Gote, dealer's choice as well. Excellent, dude. No worries at all. So at the start of the game, we flash back to 1985. In real life, I would have been 2 years old in 1985. But in terms of this fictional story, we go to 1985 in Cambodia, and Lara Croft, as a 16-year-old, has been allowed by her parents to go on an expedition with renowned archaeologist Werner von Croy. And so they're here in Cambodia, and this acts as like a tutorial level as well.
Now, shoot your gun! Not that gun! The other one!
Referencing Prince of Persia Sands of Time's guard that yells out, you're trying to do a puzzle, and he's like, no, not that lever, pull the other one. Zereth, you're 83? You're 83? That's true. Yeah, born in 1983. You can't escape the guard. That's true. Code, you're having a mycoplasma epidemic here currently. Some have issues for months after the infection, and also most of the cures are out of the shelves for younger patients. Ooh, that really sucks, Code. Sorry to hear that that's going on. Like, geez. Zereth, not asking. Your end of May. End of May. Well, you're definitely born before I was, Zereth, because I was November.
And so, we breach the sanctum of the ancients, the first footfalls in this tomb for centuries.
This place gives me the creeps, after you.
Alrighty then, so let's make a save. And, Mr. Gote, it's time to say rest in peace to Lara. So I'm going to find some spike traps.
Careful, all is not as it seems. Concealed traps and pitfalls await the unwary. You must stay close and follow my instruction. Good men have died for the information contained herein, and cruel men have bartered the information for their own ends. For this we must respect it. We will not deviate from its route, and you will not deviate from my instruction. This way.
Thank you, Mr. Goatee, for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. So there we go. Lara died. End of playthrough. Thanks for watching. No, just kidding. Zereth, young folk these days.
Get off my lawn!
Coffee Zereth wins. Early birth. Yeah. Born in May. Zereth Rod _ Youth of Today Legion. that's probably what my username would be if I was a teenager. Calm rest in peace, and all the tombs lived happily ever after.
Careful, all is not as it seems. Good men have... The first obstacle, a small hop to test your, how do you say, pluck. Press and hold walk. Now push forward.
Ah yes, the classic instructions for how to do something given to the player, but done in such a way that it doesn't try to account for the fact that it's two fictional characters interacting with each other. It's like, to do this, press the jump button. Like, imagine if you were going to a shop and you were going to pay for your things, and the person was like, press the X button to pay for your item. You'd be like, what? What do you mean? Press the X button. Zereth, revenge, death, is it? Death shall come on swift wings to whomsoever opens his chest.
Come, come, child, do not fear. This is merely an appetizer for the perils ahead. Push forward and jump together. Patience, child. Disrespect is a route to carelessness. Our route lays beyond the stream. This gap is wider, and the edges treacherous. First walk to the edge, then press forward and jump together. When you are in midair, press and hold action. You will grab the outcrop. Hold action and press up. Ah, the pace is quickening now, yeah? One more crossing, child. Or do you wish to stop for tea?
Oh, I think I can just about hold it together. Wouldn't want to spill it on your nice suit, at any rate.
This one calls for a run-up. I will go first. Be careful now, child. We have little time for incompetence. Walk to the edge, then tap back to give yourself a run-up. Now, press forward and immediately press and hold jump. Now hold down action to grab onto the ledge. A useful crack, rendered by the hand of time, invisible to the untrained eye.
You're a regular superhero, Werner.
Ah yes, the Superman. There's enough comedy.
Zereth, or after the trap.
Don't die to the trap. Be careful.
Run to the wall. Now press forward and hold action to grab on. Now press right to shimmy across.
Yeah, Grail. It's such a funny thing too, because if you do the wrong thing in that puzzle, in Prince of Persia Sands of Time, he's like,
Careful. Think ahead.
you wish that guard could be a companion, Zereth? I don't know, after a while it'd probably get annoying. Like, imagine a commentary.
Now press forward. Climb up.
Grau, you've played games like that. It's so funny, you know. The things that stick out in your mind, even so many years after.
This is a high fall. You should lower yourself down to be safe. Turn around to face away from the door. Now press back and hold action. Let go of action to fall to the floor. Your chance to earn your keep, Fräulein. The mechanism to activate the bridge lies at the other side of the stream. These rivers cascade through chambers and caverns deep below these prehistoric foothills. As a consequence...
Freezing, I guess. The old gout playing up again, Werner?
In deep pools, you can swim by pressing jump. Use the directions to navigate through the water. There may be artifacts, trinkets at the bend.
Priceless seaweed.
No prizes for you this time, Lara. Ah well, use forward and left and right to move across the surface until you reach the shore. Then press action to climb out. Look for a lever or pressure pad. There must be one close by. When you find it, use action to activate it.
No, not that. The lever.
Zereth, talking of things in games, in one of the recent simulation games, the characters say, yes voiced. One man's junk is another man's junk to throw away. So what game is that from, Zereth? Hey there, Sona, welcome. One up. What's that from? Code, while checking the 24 Twitch recap, Road Legion channel is #1 with 1,523 hours watched. Holy shit, Code. Thank you so very much for that. That's awesome. That's definitely a lot of hours. It's crazy to think how many hours can go by in a year. Thank you so much, Code. Lucilla is... Oh, you mean Lucinda is 4 with about half of that. That's cool. Lucinda's a really cool streamer. She's doing her Resident Evil marathon. Zereth, use forward and left and right. Yeah. Sona, you don't know. You shorten what's up to one up. Oh, okay. I see, Sona. Yeah, I never actually had it put that way before. Well, welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Rose number 2 at 581 hours. Thank you so very much, Sona. Thank you for that. That's muchly appreciated as well. Zereth, the game is Corner Kitchen Fast Food Simulator. What happens if you get an order wrong?
You will catch your death in those clothes, my dear. A quick sprint up that ladder will dry you out again.
Such concern. I never knew you cared.
Dear Lara, you are a valuable asset to the quest.
You are romantic, you.
Yes, quite. Walk up to the ladder. Now press and hold action. Climb up onto it. Keep this button pressed and use forward to climb to the top. There will be another lever up there. Pull it, then get back down here quickly. The quest is nearly at an end. Swiftly across the vines now. Press jump, then hold down action to grab onto the bars. Now press forward to swing across. Don't let go of action or you will again be for the plunge.
Come on, Von Croy. There we go. Shaky, well, you don't mean to brag, but you've watched Rod for at least 5 minutes this year. Thank you so much, Shaky. Muchly appreciated, dude. Zereth, I'm first in your recap. Hours watched 963, chats sent 1,504, channel points earned 227,684, Channel points spent 343,700. That's excellent, Zereth. That's awesome. Thank you for that too as well, for amassing that many channel points. And Lucinda is fourth, 450 hours watched, 1,280 chats sent. You mod 3 channels, and chat says mod 4,104. Oh, very nice, Zereth. That's really cool too, as well. Code, apparently all the streams combined, your computer has seen 11,000 hours of streams. Holy shit, Code. Imagine too, like, all the channels that you leave like a lurk in as well. So now on the music side, you listen to 44,001 minutes. Damn, that's a lot of minutes. Imagine getting paid by the minute. Even getting paid $1 a minute for 44,001 minutes. Zereth, apparently you've watched 15.3 thousand hours and 363 days visited and 42.9 thousand chats sent. Holy shit, Zereth, that's definitely a lot too, as well.
There is no mention of this in the texts. I fear this must be opened internally. We must enter through the grate and be wary of snares.
I presume by we, you refer to me.
Yeah. My heavier frame may activate traps. You will pass unnoticed.
How convenient.
Oh, game. I pressed the button to look accidentally at the point before the dialogue was going to trigger, and I've got no other save point because I haven't been saving. Damn it! I wanted to get the fucking dialogue. Well, we're going to have to speedrun this.
Careful. Good men.
I hate in games when that happens. You just so happen to press a button at the same instant that a cutscene plays, and it has to be the button that actually skips the cutscene. Hey there, Biko. How's things going for you today? Code, do you think most of us have an addiction at this point? Twitch addiction. So now you have 3 sets of AirPods, constantly switching out the dead one for a new pair. That is really annoying when you have to do that with stuff, you know, having to constantly switch out things or replace things. Yeah, Zereth. Of course that would happen.
Run to the wall. Now press... Good, good. Now press forward to climb up. This is a high fall. Your chance.
Look for a lever or pressure pad. There must be one close by. When you find it, use action to activate it.
You will catch... Walk up to the ladder. Now press and...
So you get $1 for every 10 songs you listen to instead of minutes total. Now that would be awesome too as well. Like, you know.
There will be another lever up there. Pull it, then get back down here quickly. Really?
Biko, you'll be far better hopefully after 1 PM today. You have a big talk about your life and health. It's about your work capability. Oh, that's understandable, Biko, as well. You know, if you've got something major like that that's going on, definitely understandable to have that be your focus today, you know, as well. But hopefully you will be much better after 1 PM today once you have that talk and discussion and be able to take some next steps and things. There is not that but dialogue gets cut off.
Not that button. The other one.
Swiftly across the vines now. Now press forward to swing across. Don't let go of action, or you will again be for the plunge. There is no mention of this in the texts. Stand facing the grate. Now, press and hold the crouch button. Push forward to crawl into the gap. Be alert.
And here we go. This is when Lara gains one of her iconic accessories, her backpack. I like when they do this kind of stuff. In Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, it also has an opening part to the story where there's a flashback sequence to when Indiana Jones was actually a teenager and he comes across the Cross of Coronado, but he also gets his fear of snakes, he also finds his bullwhip, and he also gets the scar on his chin as a result of the bullwhip, and he also gains the fedora that he'll later have as part of his iconic accessories and stuff. So for Lara, in this game's case, it's a flashback to when she was a teenager and her finding the iconic backpack. So now you're looking for your glasses and didn't realize you put them on your stuffed animal? Oh no, Soda. That's similar to putting them on the top of your head but forgetting. Zareth, you had benefit related WCA and that one was so nerving. Oh, was it, Zareth? Yeah, that kind of stuff, must be really tough, especially before the time you need to go to get these things done as well. Tech backpack, everything that you may need we have in store for you. Backpack. What's that from, Tech? Not familiar with that. I really like that bit of music that plays too, as well. Ah, okay, Tech. Yeah, no wonder why. I never saw that.
Ah, a backpack. Let us hope it does not hold the same luck for you as its previous owner.
I make my own luck, Werner. What now?
Years before Shay Cormac uttered those words in Assassin's Creed Rogue, we had Lara in 1999 in this game uttering the words, "I make my own luck." Zareth, the WCA was basically assessing if you would be suitable for work, so you would be put in the low capability category. I see, yeah. And see what things you are able to do as well, and see what sort of things they need to take into consideration as well.
Now it begins. The eyes of the ancients are upon us, and their vengeance is wrathful. We must move quickly. When running, press and hold sprint to gain extra speed. Dive through the gap. Dive through the gap. Press jump to perform a diving roll.
Tech, in Uncharted series, they confirm that you never actually get hit by bullets and your health bar is actually Nathan's luck running out as bullets near miss you until you die. That's interesting. Yeah, what an interesting way to sort of like take something that's happening in gameplay, i.e. getting hit, and incorporating it into his character and being like, well, he's not getting hit literally, like, which definitely makes sense, obviously. It's like in the Resident Evil games where if your character gets bitten by a zombie, your character doesn't start to turn into one because they never actually got bit in the universe of the game that you're actually playing,
The Garden of the Five Towers. To the right, the path of the heretical. To the left is the route of the virtuous.
You know me, Verna. A regular virtuoso.
Now it becomes interesting, yeah? You see now it is not for the weak of heart. How do you hold up, girl?
Oh, I think I could get used to this.
Push forward. Now press and hold action. When you are hanging from the ledge, hold down crawl to squeeze into the gap. Swing across to the alcove. Jump from the ledge, then hold down action to grab the vine. To release, let go of action. Now, for the last. You are an exemplary student, Lara, although you have not yet learned the root of all adventuring, the craving to win, at whatever cost. I throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris claims the prize.
Watch your back, old man. I warn you, I'll pull no punches.
I expected no less. On the count of 3. 1, 2.
Hey there, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. And it's all good. Where I saved is not too far. So what I'll do is redo the swing over. And then I'll make a save after doing the interaction with the lever. And then I'll do the rest in peace, Lara. Lara, can you test the water temperature over there? Let's do so. Code, is that lava boiling or not, Lara? Let's test it with the rest in peace, Lara. There we go, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Thank you, Zereth, for leaving the lurk. Thank you very much.
You are an exemplary student, Lara, although you have not yet learned the root of all adventuring, the craving to win at whatever cost. I throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris claims the prize.
Watch your back, old man. I warn you, I'll pull no punches.
I expected no less. On the count of 3. 1, 2...
Alright, so there's a difference in dialogue if you lose the race versus if you win the race. So I'm going to do the losing of the race first, and then I'm going to show the version for when you actually win the race. Nice one, Shaky. And then the third option, you shoot him. Time paradox. That would definitely create a time paradox. That would mean that the events of not only what we see in the rest of this game wouldn't happen, but also we wouldn't see the events in Chronicles that get referenced in the last few levels. And then also Angel of Darkness and what happens to him wouldn't happen, because it happened earlier in your scenario where we shot him when Lara was 16 years old. And then what effects that would have on the timeline, who knows? Because of the grid-based nature of stuff, you start to get the hang of certain little things. So, thank you, Von Croy, for doing that. So, for example, if we look at this here, now you can either go here and then jump and then grab and then pull up, or what you can do is get to the edge, back up, and then jump, and Lara will actually make the jump. But not for everything, of course. It's just because the way they've spaced out the grid versus the height of what you want to jump to versus, you know, so many other things as well. And then you start to learn tricks of using the diagonal of something and then curving at the end to change direction. Like that, for example. Code Lara grave robbing from ripe age of 5. That's true. Like, you know, Lara would steal things from other kids, be like, this is mine now. Oh no, I've glitched Von Croy. Because Von Croy is the one that has to open this. I wonder if Lara can open it too. Oh no, she can too. Well, that's good. Zeki, don't you think that's a little too soon? A little soon, Raider? Yeah.
I am not such an old man after all, yeah? Come here, child. The mechanism will require us both to release it.
The plinth inscription warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average Charles Tea Party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, and you are the world-famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the route to carelessness?
I am weary of this. Pull the lever now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
Alright, so I'm going to talk over this part only for this point because I'm going to show the other dialogue if you actually win the race. But this is a spoiler for this game and also Chronicles. Von Croy actually survives what we're going to see here because, as we find out in Chronicles, that iris artifact is actually a teleportation device. And so after the point where Von Croy is trapped inside this sphere and falls like that, in this game, we know that he survives because he's the antagonist, but we don't know how in this game he actually survived. But in Tomb Raider Chronicles, the next game that came out after this, there's flashback levels to certain points of Lara's life, and in one of those flashback levels, we actually see that the teleportation device is what that artifact is. That's why Werner von Croy actually survived. So I'm going to reload that save that I made, and then actually win the race against Von Croy, where Lara will have different dialogue, because obviously she beats him to the spot, and then on that, I won't talk over the stuff that we just saw. I can't skip these sort of little things. Alright, there we go.
Now, for the last. You are an exemplary student, Lara, although you have not yet learned the root of all adventuring, the craving to win, at whatever cost. I throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris claims the prize.
Watch your back, old man. I warn you, I'll pull no punches.
I expected no less. On the count of 3. 1, 2...
Hey Amanda Nicole, welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Alright, so this time around we've won, so there's different dialogue now.
And so the pupil excels the master. I congratulate you on your agility. Take your prize from the plinth. You have earned it.
In the time it took you to find your way here, I've examined the inscriptions. It warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average Charles Tea Party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, and you are the world-famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the route to carelessness?
I am weary of this. Pull the lever now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
Have faith in experience, child, and you will learn more than simple...
You were saying?
My leg! My leg! I am trapped! My leg is trapped! Help me, Laura! Help me!
Hold on! I'm coming back to get you!
Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. How's things going for you? You're late? Aw, that's all good, Keone. I just did the prologue stuff, so we've done a little bit of the story, but the opening is a prologue. But now we've gone to the present time, and this is the start of the present time stuff. Hey there, Wicked. How's it going? Welcome on in. So there we go. Werner von Croy, in his desire to get the iris, triggers the trap, and he falls and almost falls to his death, but his leg gets caught, and then the sphere surrounding the iris closes back up with him inside, and then in the present times, we'll eventually see that Werner von Croy did survive that, and he's now got a limp and using a cane because of that leg incident, and he's basically the antagonist. Although there's Set, of course, the evil spirit that gets set loose upon the world again by Lara unwittingly. Um, but it isn't until Tomb Raider Chronicles, which came out the year after this game, where in a flashback series of levels, we see that the iris is actually a teleportation device, which explains why Werner von Croy was able to survive being caught inside that trap, because the device activated and teleported him somewhere. I don't know where it would have teleported him, but the point is he was teleported out of that trap and somewhere else, and that's how he actually survived. But Lara steals back the iris later on, and that event takes place before this point now, where Lara steals the iris from Werner von Croy at his industries building. Dr. Darling, got some errands to run despite being ill. You'll be back in a few hours. That's totally understandable, Dr. Darling. I hope that that all goes well and that it's not too stressful for you. Now that we can actually use guns, it's a good time to reiterate what that message has popped up saying about the dual pistols only. There's only a few points in the game where I need to use either the revolver or the crossbow and use its first-person aiming function to shoot certain targets. I cannot, however, use those weapons and zoom in and shoot enemies. It can only be things that need to be destroyed. Like there's a part where there's this puzzle that you have to be quick to shoot all the targets, and you need to use a zoomed-in weapon, and so I'll have to use the crossbow with the scope for that part. But for every other circumstance, I'm not allowed to use any other weapons except for the dual pistols in combat, but only the crossbow or the revolver when I need to shoot specific things that need to be shot with a weapon that you aim with. Whereas with all the other weapons, like the shotgun, the Uzis, and the pistols, you can't do free aim with them. Hey there, Schiller. Welcome on in, dude. I'm doing well, thank you. Things are going good. How's things going with you? Oh, that really sucks, Sheila, that you got that you're getting a cold. That is also, you know, a really annoying thing when that happens. You've got you're gonna make some chicken soup later. Oh, very good, dude. Yeah, I hope that it's not gonna last too long and that you're able to feel 100% soon. Glad to hear that you're doing good otherwise, though, dude. Oh, excellent, Wicked. You're doing good. The day is just starting with a nice large cup of coffee. Oh, very good. Yeah, coffee's delicious. I love it. I hope you're enjoying it. I was saying at the start of the stream that using only the dual pistols isn't like, oh my god, this challenge is going to be so difficult, I'll never get through the game. It's just one of those things where there's enemies that, if you have a shotgun, for example, against the skeletons, you can use the shotgun to blow them back and have them fall off an edge so that they can be destroyed. Or you can use your grenade launcher, or you can use your crossbow with the grenade attachment. However, without being able to use those for this playthrough, it means that I can't easily get rid of those skeletons by shooting with the pistols, because the pistols don't have enough power to actually make them get knocked backwards as well. So there will be some tricky parts, but not tricky to the point of, oh my god, I'll never get through this. So you'll see me miss items. Like, I mean, I'm not going to worry about getting all the secrets, so I might miss some secrets because I don't know where every single secret in the entire game is off the top of my head. But if you see me go past like a shotgun, if you see me go past like Uzis, it's only because there's no point in picking up weapons I'm not going to be able to use anyway. With the exception of the crossbow and the revolver, because I do need either of those weapons at certain points. Code chicken soup or a plate full of hot sauce? That's Biko, it saves your life countless times. Yeah, chicken soup, you know, things that are easy to make, but also aren't too sort of like chewy, or aren't too sort of like, you know, aren't meals that are too solid, you know. Surely your stomach would kill you if you ate hot sauce. Oh no, dude, yeah. It's good to know those things about yourself, because then you know what to avoid and things. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. How's it going today, dude? I can't wait for the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6, i.e. Tomb Raider Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness, come out in February next year. I'll definitely be doing them on the channel, and I want to actually time it so I can do those on the day of its release as well, on the 14th of February, which is actually the fictional birth date of Lara Croft. So her birth date falls on Valentine's Day. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. So what we have here is the eyepiece, but we can't use it as is. We need to find the other piece to go with that. I'll see if I can make Lara make the...
No.
Yes, here we go.
No. 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 No.
Lucas. You're good. Your 2024 recap is in, and you are number 2 for your most watched list. Excellent. That's really cool, Lucas. I'm glad to hear that you're going good, and thank you so very much for that as well. Muchly appreciated. Yeah, Shaky's like, no. 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 Wicked, yeah, screw other games, your money is on those remakes. It's really cool because the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 that came out this year, I was very, very happy with them. Being able to switch between the old school graphics and the new was really cool too. Not something unique to those remasters, of course, it's been done before. But it was cool to have that, but also be able to use photo mode, and also to use photo mode to actually look ahead of things too. It was also handy if you think you might have missed an item to be able to go into photo mode and move back through the level, because pretty much everything could be gone back through, except if there was like a locked door and it was solid, then you wouldn't be able to get the camera to go back through and all that kind of stuff. But I was very happy with those remasters, so I was hoping that they would do 4, 5, and 6, and I'm glad that they actually are, so that's going to be good. Lucas, that doesn't look like flowing sand. It looks like a chain necklace. Yeah, that's a fair point too, as well. Well, thank you, Lucas. I do appreciate that a lot as well. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams also. I did it again. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, so we now have 2 eyepieces, so we need to combine the 2. And that will make the Eye of Horus. Oh, very nice, Lucas. 134 hours watched. Oops, he did it again. Very nice. Thank you so much for that. Something else that was cool in the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, and will be in Tomb Raider remasters 4, 5, and 6, is you actually have a free camera that you can use whereas in the original versions you have to actually go into look mode to look around, and that's as far left as you can make Lara look, and this is as far right, and that's as far down and up and so forth. Whereas in the remasters, the Tomb Raider 1, 2 and 3, you can use the right control stick like you can in modern games to actually move the camera around. Which, it's just standard today, but in a remaster of a game where you couldn't do that before, it's definitely going to be good. Gives you a better field of view when looking around for stuff. And Lucas, this is so realistic. I mean, can't everyone jump like a kangaroo gymnast? I know, right? Yeah, Lara in the first 5 games has like springs in her legs, so you can jump real high, even on the spot. That's true, Wicked. Lara never skipped leg day. Alright, so Lara has now picked up the Timeless Sands. Lucas, ribbit. Haven't thought of this for a while, but I just thought of in Super Mario Bros. 3 how Mario can get the frog suit. Lucas, who's this guy following? So he's actually a guide that Lara has hired to accompany her. However, at this point, she doesn't yet know that he's employed by Werner von Croy, who is the antagonist of this game. Not the only one. There's a evil spirit of Set that is also loose in this game. But the human antagonist that Lara faces is Werner von Croy, who at the start of the game we do a flashback to when Lara was in Cambodia on an expedition with him, and they found an iris artifact. He got trapped inside of it, and Lara ran off thinking he was dead, but he didn't actually die. And so all these years later, he's got a vendetta against Lara. But it's not just because of what happened there. In the next game after this, we find out that Lara stole that artifact that we see at the start of this game back from Von Croy. And so he's like really a bit pissed off at her. But yeah, that guy is a guide that Lara has with her, but she doesn't know yet that he's actually working for Von Croy. Wicked Dude was like Benny from The Mummy. Absolutely. It's so funny, the similarities. Now, granted, obviously, these are elements that can be a given with stories that are set in, this location, looking at, tombs and pyramids and all that kind of stuff. But it is interesting, like, especially the Mummy movie from 1999, if you look at things like the face of the mummy appearing in the sand, it's similar to seeing, like, the head of a statue buried under the sand, but part of it's on the surface. That's definitely a good comparison, though. Wicked. Lucas, you would never go into a tomb like this because that's disrespectful to the dead, and a lot of these are known to be cursed for those who disturb the final resting place. You're not sure if you believe in curses or not, but you'd rather not take the chance. That's totally fair as well. I remember reading something about how the reports back when, now I can't remember their names. Was it Carnahan or something? When they discovered certain, like, tombs and stuff in Egypt. There was, like, news reports sent back home about cursed objects and cursed tombs and all that kind of stuff. But I think from what I saw, there was some kind of, like, thing where those reports were exaggerated on purpose to prevent others from potentially coming to the location to get their own sort of, like, artifacts and stuff, or something like that. But in any case, it's definitely understandable not to want to disturb the resting place of the dead, because, I mean, we once thought that gravity was some weird force that we had no explanation for, but we can explain it now. So, stranger things have happened with stuff. But yeah, horror movies have taught me that if you find an old book with ancient writing in it, if you can read it, don't read it out loud. Don't record yourself reading it out loud. Don't be around when someone reads it out loud. If you want to read it and you can understand it, read it in your head. Wicked and curses were actually bacteria living in those places and making people sick to some extent. And that's a very good point too, as well. The knowledge about things like that. But before that point, people could have thought it was magic or it was some kind of, like, weird sort of, like, entity that was causing it before finding out that these things were, organisms like bacteria and stuff and all that kind of thing. Sona, in Russian Orthodox, during your Christmas, you sing songs inside the church and again at the gravesite. Instead of saying people have died, you say they have fallen asleep. That's an interesting concept, and also a different way to look upon it as well. I did it again. I pressed the other button. That was the Hand of Orion. Praise Orion! Stan, damn, those look dangerous. You sure, Stan? They look pretty harmless. They look pretty blunt. I think you'd be fine. Lucas, you prefer to say someone has gone home when they pass away. That's definitely another interesting way to put it as well, you know. Alright, so what Lara picked up was the Amulet of Horus. Yeah, Lucas, holy shit, those spikes. Very, very dangerous. So now Christmas is on January 7th, and in the coming week until the 13th and on midnight, turning over to the 14th, you light a big bonfire. Oh, interesting, Sona. So a big bonfire gets burnt on those dates. Or on that date. Wicked, in some ways, science has ended magic in the world. That's a fair point too as well, Wicked. Because, like, we know, for example, that our smartphone that we use is not magic. It's not magic that makes it work. We know that it's actually technology. Whereas someone, if we showed this to someone in ancient Egypt times, for example, and turned on the smartphone, they would think it's some kind of magic that's being performed. So now those spikes look like the inspiration behind the Dune popcorn bucket. Ah, okay. The ones that go completely around the room. I'm not really into Dune because I have... Dune? Because I haven't actually read the books or watched the other movie version. Lucas, talk about an expensive home security system. I know, right? But it'd be very effective. Like, if I saw that, you'd be like, no. Biko announcement, jelly babies taste stronger in the UK. This is a world phenomenon. Or country phenomenon, you should say. They must have changed their recipe. You know, I hate when they do that with food. Especially when food was one way and was delicious, and then they make some changes and it's like, ugh, what is this now? Lucas, you give that dismount a 9.5. That's awesome, Lucas. That's definitely a great dismount that Lara did there. That's my favorite pattern of shooting with the dual pistols. I just like the quote-unquote drum beat of it. Lucas, well, if you want to be technical, a smartphone wouldn't work in ancient Egypt because there wouldn't be satellites and all that. That is true, The best you could do is probably turn it on, as long as your battery in it is actually still working and you've got charge on it. So the red water reminds you of Minecraft Redstone. How hilarious would it be if the zombie said brrr? It's funny, that particular red lava that you could see going through the ground, it made me think of raspberry jelly or raspberry jam. Oh, nice, Biko. That's cool that you enjoyed Feats Beats Games stream. That's good, Biko. Glad that you did. A really nice guy. And do you know Crockett as well? Yeah. Crockett Toad has also been in a lot of Lucinda's streams as well. Amanda, is this your first time playing? It isn't, no. The first time was back in 1999 for my first playthrough. And over the years, not since then, but over recent years, probably the last 5 to 6 years, no, probably 7 to 8 years now, I've done annual playthroughs of them. But I lose track of how many playthroughs overall, because annual playthroughs, but also playthroughs when I felt like it and stuff like that over the time. Alright, so Lara now has the Hand of Sirius. Oh really, Amanda? Yeah? You only played the first one, you were a kid at the time. That first game is also really interesting because of the year it came out, you know, because you had the PlayStation 1 hitting really big, and Tomb Raider was, you know, such a different kind of like, you know, game. Obviously one of the first 3D platforming games. And then you had like Super Mario 64 coming out that same year as well. So you don't remember which one you played. You remember going through a cave and shooting at bears. Your cousin had the first PlayStation. Oh, nice, Sona. That could have been the first Tomb Raider game where you shoot bears and stuff. Lucas, did you die? Is that why the cutscene? No, no, not right there. I didn't know. That was just showing how the rooms had shifted. Damn, I didn't realize that was where I saved it last. Oh yeah, Lucas. Yeah, there definitely can be. Especially if you're used to having a map screen where you can just go to the map and be like, this is where the character is. This is where I need to get to. And then plot your path. There is a compass though, that you can use in this. But there's no mini-map and things like that to help you out. So the newer games like to hold your hand and give tutorials. The old games basically brought you to the deep end of the pool and threw you in. That is true. Yeah. If there is a tutorial, it's sort of like not going to show you everything, as well. Lucas, you enjoy a game where you can get lost, but you must admit it does get aggravating. It definitely can. You're not wrong there. There's a part of this game where you have these underwater tunnels and you have to actually swim through them, get to a door that's open, then pull a lever, and then that opens another door. Then you have to go back through the swimming tunnels and then back and forth. And there's quite a few of those doors you need to open. And then you need to make your way back to the starting point again. And by that time, you've gone through so many loops of the underwater tunnels that it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, Lucas, Dr. Darling's been in chat. He said that he had to go and get some errands done. So they were made before the internet was a commonplace. You remember being stuck in Lord Jabu for a whole year since you didn't know you were able to pick up Princess Ruth. Ah, yes, yes, that was a classic part of Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. But it's definitely understandable, you know. And here we have the ancient pretzel. The golden serpent. Oh, we also picked up the scarab talisman as well. Lucas, that's one thing both Zelda and Mario have in common. They'll piss you off to your wits' end, drive you crazy, and you'll keep coming back for more. That's a good way to put it, as well. But then there's also the trial and error stuff as well in a lot of those games too. So no, exactly, it reminds you of people who love spicy food. It burns but released endorphins. Yeah, and then the different severity and stuff. You know, some people can handle the really, really hot spices, whereas some need the more mild. Lucas, a lot like family. So no kidding, on your mom's side there were 12 brothers and sisters, while on your dad's he had 3 brothers. You're the second oldest, so you're basically a free babysitter. Well, that's definitely a lot of family members alone in that count, Sona. Hey there, Game God. Welcome on in. 25th anniversary, bro, went back to 1999. Absolutely. It's crazy to think that many years has passed. Wicked for you, Spicy, is when you fell hotness 2 times. If you know, you know. Lucas, you grew up in a family with very strong women, so someone is always fighting with someone. Oh, yeah.
I, Semaket, High Priest of Horus, forewarned that he who removes
the amulet shall have released said. He who walked abroad with the jackals at the dawn of man shall once again violate the earth. said, ruler of evil, will again be free at the turn of the distant millennia. At his heel, plagues and locusts.
Harvests fail under the broken skies. My trusty companion returns.
The amulet, woman!
Once called forth, shall the heavens split asunder, and the light of the sun, god Horus, banish the Lord of Darkness, Set. I wouldn't advise it.
So there we go. It flashes back to when Set was put into that sarcophagus, and the amulet of Horus was put on the top of it, and that's the same amulet, of course, that Lara has taken off of it, and unknown to her, she's actually unleashed the spirit of Set onto the world by actually taking the amulet. This part, the game puts you in a situation where you'll have enemies attacking you fairly quickly, so it's good to, if you want to save, make a save as soon as you can. Game God, you were 8 in 1999. Yeah, I was about 15 in 1999. So you were 12 or 13 depending on the month the game released. Oh yeah, that's fair enough too as well. Yeah, so I might have been 15 going on 16, or I might have been 14 turning 15. I can't remember now. Lucas, yeah, you can say it. There's a bunch of loudmouth bitches in your family, lol. Game God, so you're younger than Rob by a couple of years at Sona. Sona, if you remember correctly, doesn't Horus have an all-seeing eye or similar trait? That's true, Sona, yeah. Yeah, the Eye of Horus. Lucas, well, nice one, Lara. I know, right? It's like, Lara, why'd you do it for? Sona, ancient Egypt and Greek are two of your favorite ancient cultures. You're slowly learning Nordic mythology. Very nice, Sona, that's cool. Yeah, I'm very curious about the different cultures and their mythologies as well. Learning about them, and especially having like movies and shows and games and everything that are sort of like set in those time periods, and even if they're like not, even if they're not being like, historically accurate or what as well, but it's still interesting. Lucas, the shooting of the guns does have a certain beat to it. It really does. You've got the one where it's like when both are going boom, 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 boom at the same time. Then you've got ba-boom, 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 ba-boom as well. And then you got boom, 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 boom. Plus there's some other ones. But which one you do also depends on certain things, like when Lara's automatically locked onto an enemy when you first start shooting. If you have her pivot slightly you can try and change the timing of the second gun's shooting with the other to create a different beat. Almost musical. That's true. Okay, well, I pressed the wrong button again. Jesus Christ. So the thing that I picked up, aside from the ammo and all that stuff, was the ignition key for the Jeep. Game God question is, will Crystal Dynamics make a modern version of The Last Revelation? Not too sure, actually, to be honest, because the remaster of this and Chronicles and and the Angel of Darkness are coming out next year, but they're remasters, not remakes. So I don't know if they'll ever do remakes of all the other Tomb Raider games. They've already done a remake of Tomb Raider 1, but that also doubled as a prequel to Tomb Raider Legend, and that was Tomb Raider Anniversary. But there was a fan remake of Tomb Raider 2 and one of 3 as well, and even one of this and Last Revelation as well, I think. But they're fan remakes. So your band teacher had an interesting word association for drums. Example, cupcake, peanut, butter, cupcake, fish, strawberry, apple pie, peanut, bet, slam. That's definitely interesting. Like, I wouldn't be able to remember all that. But those things are delicious too that you mentioned. Biko, can't wait for Angel of Darkness, best Lara Croft game along with Tomb Raider 3. It's going to be really cool to see the things that they do with it, and also the things that they fix as well with that game too. And out of the 3, I'm really looking forward to seeing what things they've done to improve. It's this one, Biko. My favorite one is this one, The Last Revelation. Okay, so for this part, the music, when you get into the Jeep, I want to have it play once without the sound effects. So I'm just going to test to see if turning off the sound effect volume, and if I go into here, that'll be better. Oop. Okay, music volume. I'll just keep that as is. Sound effect volume is a little bit from the thing. Alright, so I'll just turn that down. There we go. And so I just want the music only for this part. Alright, so there's still some sound from the pistols even though I've turned the sound effects completely off. So I won't be able to get the music on its own isolated completely, but I wanted to do that for this part anyway because the sound effects that happen are pretty loud with the vehicle and stuff. So if the sound effects are still active, even though I've got it turned down to 0, but it's still a low volume, then that will still work out well. There we go. That's that bit of music on its own without the sound effects happening over it. I'm not going to do that for every bit of music in the game for this playthrough, but I wanted to get that one because there's a lot of sound effects that interfere with that one, with the sound of the engine running and the explosions from the enemy when they throw shit at you that blows up and all that kind of stuff. Biko, oh, is that because it was the first in the story? No, it was mainly a few things. Number one, I really love Egypt as a setting. The same year this came out, I saw the Mummy remake at the movies, and I was a big fan of Indiana Jones and all that kind of stuff, and games like Prince of Persia, so it was only natural that I would end up enjoying the Tomb Raider franchise, and so this was my first game in the series as well, so all that combined is why it's my favorite. So notes the tempo for hitting the drum using every part of the word said. Oh, I got you now, Sona. Yeah, I mean, it's good to create word associations with stuff. Even if it's not like, for example, when there's puzzles in games that use symbols, even though the symbol is one thing, to help me remember it, I might call it something different. So I might call, like, if there was a symbol that had a hook on it, I'd probably say to myself, now that's the hook nose symbol versus a hook with a cross in it. I'd probably call that the penguin symbol, just so I know which one was which. Mr. Gote, well, that sounded awkward coming back to. It was so funny, I wasn't even expecting that either, as well. Putting the sound volume back on, and the example sound effect that they have play to let you know how loud your sound effect is the panting. So I'll have to be careful not to run over enemies as well. but that's not killing them with the dual pistols. So your teacher said learning to play an instrument is one of the few brain activities that requires both the left and right side hemisphere to work together. One side controls the visual aspect while the other requires motor aspect. Music basically activates both sides of the brain in order to play. Yeah, that's the thing too, like learning the ins and outs of stuff. Because on the surface, things might seem one way, but that's not the representation of what's actually going on underneath the surface. Because some dumb people think it's just keeping the same rhythm going, but it's far harder than that. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that can look simplistic, but are complex to achieve. And sometimes it's easy to think that the ease of something when you're looking at it means it's easy to do, when it could be the opposite. Alright, so I'm going to go to get the Jeep back. Just wanted to go ahead and do that, plus also kill the enemies with the dual pistols, because running into an enemy and killing it in the Jeep is not killing it with a pistol. And you can, easily kill them sometimes by knocking them off something that they're standing on. No wonder why. I don't usually try to do that. I was going to have Lara go into the previous screen because you get all your health back when there's a loading screen between areas. Just like when you actually start the start of a level. Any health you lost in the previous level, the game gives you back automatically. So it's a good way to get your health back without using a health kit if you want to save on those, by just simply going through a loading screen, going from one area to the next, and then just go back through it again to get back to where you were.
Croft woman has outsmarted you, yeah? And now she escapes. The amulet, Herr von Croy. It talks of the priest, Semerket.
Semerket.
Mon Dieu, Lara?
Jean-Yves, my faithful friend.
I fear this is not a social visit.
Only if you want Von Croy gate-crashing the party.
Von Croy,
I think he was looking for this.
the amulet of Horus. An almost legendary artifact. So, you have found and opened the tomb of Set. This doesn't bode well. Translating from the Hebrew, he who removes the amulet shall once more release the dark power of Set. And Set saith, I am the shadow across the sun. I am the bringer of plagues. My wrath will consume all lands and shall be ceaseless.
The power to summon the sun god Horus to rebind the evil Set shall only be revealed to the bearer of the amulet within the temple of Semerket at Karnak.
The ceremony is complete as the armor of Horus summons the sun god. The armor of Horus. At the dig site in Alexandria, my men talk fearfully of this.
The armor must also be Von Croy's goal.
Only one so ignorant of the prophecies would dabble with such a prehistoric evil. Ah, yes. Releasing Set. But how could you have known, my dear?
Time to put things right and remove a thorn in my side in the process.
So now this part reminds you of Oppenheimer, if he had said, this is a day for the ages. Yeah. Don't know too much about Oppenheimer and all that. I mean, the basics, yeah, but don't know too much about his life and stuff. And I haven't seen that movie by Christopher Nolan either about it. But I think Cillian Murphy is a great actor. He's really good. The first thing I saw him in was 28 Days Later as Jim. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Sona, his original quote is, "Behold, I have become death. Death, destroyer of worlds." Yeah, what a chilling sort of thing as well, given what had been done and created. Yeah, Sona, poor screen hype. Yeah, that was an image where I took a screenshot of one of the cinematics where it shows the pyramids at night, and I took that as the background, and then I took an existing image of Lara with the flashlight, and I basically isolated the image and then got rid of the background, and then I pasted it into that other background. But then I wanted to change the torch part, of course, because the original image had the torch being shone in a certain different spot. So I had to recreate the shining of the light from the torch and change the opacity over the image of the pyramids at night to try and match it. It's not 100% done well, but that's how I put that one together. Coffee, anyone remembers the quote, "Welcome to die"? That sounds familiar, but I can't remember where it's from though. Coffee, it comes from an arcade mistranslation. Ah, I gotcha. It's so funny when those happened in a lot of the early games as well. Congratulations was another one in a game. I can't remember what it was now. This is the Canopic Jar 1 that Lara picked up. Alright, so it's okay to pick up the shotgun, but I just can't use it. in Tomb Raider 5, which is Chronicles, they actually introduced a new move where Lara could, when in an alcove like this, instead of having to spin all the way around and then lower herself down, she could actually do, when facing forward out of it, could actually do like a dive roll thing. In the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 though, in Tomb Raider 3, they made it so that you can actually do that move. And it wasn't until they did that remaster that I found out that the original intention with Tomb Raider 3 was to have that move, but they decided not to put it in the final version. So it's interesting that they intended to put it in that game, but it took them another 2 games after this, after Tomb Raider 3, before they implemented it. So in the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, they'll also have that move, I assume, as something that you can do. It just makes it quicker for Lara to get out of an alcove instead of turning her around and then having her lower herself out of it. Coffee, you remember buying a gaming magazine just to read through the walkthrough for this game? Oh yeah. Yeah, the days of having to go to that length to actually do it. Couldn't just go to Google and be like, right, tell me this. Same as you, Stan? Yeah. I also remember in like gaming magazines where you would have like people would send in their fan art, and if the magazine thought it was good enough, they'd have it posted. Stan, oh my god, you found a friend, lol. PC Game Magazine. Yeah, there was a few Nintendo magazines that I got growing up. I do vaguely remember getting Nintendo Power maybe once or twice, but I don't think I got it regularly. But I remember there was a magazine here in Australia called Nintendo Magazine System, which was a play on NES, Nintendo Entertainment System. Used to get that magazine, and of course it would have, you know, people send in pictures of Mario killing Sonic and all this kind of stuff, which they'd be the same in Sega magazines as well. People sending in pictures of Sonic killing Mario, you know, like the whole sort of Sega versus Nintendo game war. And it's funny, because of all that and how silly it is looking back, that's why I don't really take seriously console wars of any era. You fucking son of a bitch of a thing. Where did I save it last? Don't know why it didn't let me have her pull herself up from the other sides of that. That was weird. It's the same height off the surface of the water than the rest of the part. Lucas, this water is clearer than most pools. This is so true, Lucas. Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Good morning, Anemone. How's things? Hey there, Lidus. How's it going, dude? I'll check out your Discord later or during the break or something. Yeah, I'll check it out later, Lidus. Things are going well. How about yourself? The trick here is that if you look in this reflected mirror, you can actually see where the fake opening is. And then you have to look at that and figure out where the actual opening is based on that. But I was trying to do it without checking first the last time, and I took too long to find it, and then by the time Lara actually got air from that part, she died at the same time. Ladis, you're well, man, thanks. Oh, that's good to hear, dude. That's awesome. Anemone, you're tired. You're okay. Also, you wish you could have more energies and money to visit people. That's definitely understandable, Anemone. I'm glad that you're going okay. Hopefully you can get some good rest next time you go to sleep. Okay, so the thing that Lara picked up was the Canopic Jar 2. We've already found the first one and used it. And now that stuff in the water lets Lara walk on water. and a moon. One is 340 kilometers east of you, and the second you wish you could visit west 7 kilometers away to if flight wasn't expensive. You don't know the third because a few obvious private reason. That's fair enough, yeah. 8,000 kilometers south of you. Also, you went to bed late for being with friends online. One you have known for almost 8 years. Oh wow, that's definitely a long time. That person is 340 kilometers away. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people then that you'd like to visit that are a fair distance away. Like, that's a lot. That's like bloody hell. That's right, Lizzie, yeah. Almost January. It's crazy. I was thinking about all the streams I had to do before this year ended. Now I'm starting about all the streams I need to do before next year ends. And next year hasn't even started yet. Not 100%. But probably about 80%. Although, not every single game that I stream and the order in which I do them is completely planned out at the start of the year, for the whole year. But I do have a lot of ideas of what I want to do, and it just becomes a matter of changing things around and mixing and matching and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and I'm only like just a few kilometers away, 340 or something. That's just a hop, skip, and a jump. I've always thought that's a funny glitch where you can hear the water sounds when the enemy's shooting at you. Anemone, yep, that person has seen you online before, so why not? Oh, that's fair enough, Anemone, yeah. Lizzie, you're both excited and nervous for your birthday, honestly. Oh yeah, that'd be quite tricky to be, feeling those both at the same time. Sheila, you got stuff for chicken soup, so while that's cooking you can chill. Excellent, dude, that's great. That's good that you got all that sorted. I really hope that helps you a lot with your cold. So the things that Lara picked up recently was the Hyperstyle key and the Sun Goddess statue. And Amon, you've seen that person online too. Oh, you have? Oh, that's good. Okay, so here's a trick for these enemies that are able to block your attacks with your weapon. So when you have your weapons drawn and you're shooting at this enemy type, when they get their weapon and they start to spin it around, they actually start to block your shots. If as soon as you put your weapon away, a split second later they'll put their weapon away. In the split second in which they've put their weapon away, if you get your weapon back out again and start shooting, it'll take them a split second or two to get their weapons and start spinning again. So you just rinse and repeat that process, and then you can actually just keep on shooting them without having to worry about, oh, my shots not hitting, so I better, run around somewhere else or whatnot. So he's spinning around now. If I put my weapon away, he'll put his weapon away. I bring it out. And he starts doing that again and blocking the shots. He's one of your friends you've known for 13 years and you can't believe he's put up with you for that long. There's definitely a long time to know someone. That's for sure. Hey, troll. Rambo shooting. Hell yeah. Need to get a Rambo mod for Tomb Raider. Troll, apparently you're a very old person, so you don't think 13 years is a long time. Yeah, I mean, the rate at which years can go by, sometimes, it can feel like it's been a very, very short time, because so much happens that you don't think about the time it's been since such and such, you know. Lizzie, your birthday is March 23, so you're slowly making plans for that whole week, hopefully. Well, that's a good way to do it too, as well, ahead of time. Get it all sorted. And I only know a person more who wants to visit, but he's a bit of a dick. Even one of his friends saying the same as you do. 500 kilometers away from there to most important if you can handle those visits with enough energies. Now that's even longer than the other distances you were saying, like 500 kilometers. Holy shit. Thank you, Sheila, for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Troll, the camera is the final boss in this game. Yeah, sometimes the camera can be annoying. Alright, Sheila, so here's Lara's version of a leap of fail. There we go. Thank you for redeeming that. Yeah, Troll. Rest in peace, Lara. Rip. As Jensen would say, yeah, rip. Sheila with grace, she splashed. That is true. That's true, Troll. The swan dive was graceful. The landing, not so much. Oh, that's excellent, Lizzie. That's great progress. That's really good that you lost 10 pounds. Excellent. That's really, really good. Definitely got to be happy about that. That's cool. Okay, so that was the sun disk that Lara now collected. The sun disk and the sun goddess statue need to be combined now to create the sun talisman. Lizzie, you're trying to lose most of your weight so you're not carrying it into your 30s. Well, that's definitely a good goal to have, you know, if that's something that you want to do. And having sort of like that goal ahead of you and taking things one day at a time as well. And progress that might seem small is still progress, you know. But that's cool, Lizzie, that you've managed to lose the 10 pounds so far. Troll, wish you were in your 20s. Yeah. It'd be good to go back to a younger point in your life when you learn certain things so that you could then go back with that knowledge. Hey there, Jarries. Welcome. This has been an awesome stream as usual. How long you plan on streaming today? Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Jarries. That's excellent. I'll probably be streaming for at least another 2 hours, maybe a little bit more as well. I'll probably go, pardon me, and take another break soon. But yeah, probably another 2 hours at the very least. I might even go on for 3.5, maybe 4, but we'll just see how we go. So I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. It's a goddamn space alien, as Walter says in Alan Wake 1. Drunk Walter in the cell, poor guy, gets drunk on the moonshine of Odin and Thor, and him and his friend Danny get into a fight, and then Walter gets arrested and put in the cell. And then when Alan comes along, he asks Alan if he can turn the light on. You can turn the light on, and then he thanks you, but you can be a troll and turn it back off again, and then he's like, hey! But he also talks about how he had an experience, and he's like, it was a goddamn space alien! Oh yeah, troll. Lara should be playing basketball with those jumps. So true. Be able to jump over the heads of everyone and do a slam dunk. Nice one, troll. Alien dance. Troll collecting all that ammo you will never use. Yes, partly it's just out of habit. In terms of like the crossbow ammo, I've got poison and normal and explosive, so I want to make sure I'm getting some explosive stuff because there will be some things that I need that for maybe as well. Because there's certain targets too that I need to hit with a zoomed in weapon, and the only ones you can get the scope for is the revolver or the crossbow. Hey Shadow Ronin, how's it going? Welcome. Whoops. Yeah, troll. Straight into Davy Jones's locker. Thank you for the follow, ManCow60. Thank you. Sona, must have been the bay. Gotta watch out for the bay. Gotta put out a bay watch. Because you never know what the bay is gonna do. Sona, it's a wildcard event. You gotta watch out for those. Like, holy shit. Troll, we gotta watch out for those space dolphins. Exactly. Especially when they start going and doing their sound. Troll, dolphins are such evil creatures. Makes me think of Watch Dogs 2, where that conversation that Marcus and Wrench have about what deadly animals there are. Ah, so that's what that was. An Uzi. Well, we can't use those, but it's okay to pick them up. So no one comes into contact and a rage-induced response is guaranteed. Really? Although I've only seen dolphins from a distance, IRL, I haven't actually seen them up close. Shadow about the crocodile? That's the one? Yeah, Shadow. Yeah, they're talking about the crocodile hunter and about dolphins being, deadly as well. Troll, now the dangerous thing along the River Nile is not crocs, it's hippos, which strangely enough is a water animal that cannot swim. Really? I didn't actually know that. That'd be annoying. Being a water animal that can't actually swim. Okay, the game is being weird on me. Ah, now it's working alright. I'm using the program Joy to Key to make the game think I'm actually using a keyboard when I'm using a controller. And for some reason, the controller wasn't responding even though it wasn't unplugged or whatnot. So, oh yeah, there's kill the crocodile hunter. Yeah, the what are they called? The jellyfish thing, or sonar dolphins prefer females as their sonar allows them to see the baby in the womb. I never knew that, Sonar. That's interesting. It's amazing what animals can do.
Miss Croft!
Von Croy.
You sound concerned, my dear. Have you misplaced something?
Nothing I shan't be retrieving at a later date, Lieber.
You know how I admire your perseverance, but I fear this time we may be testing it to the, how would you say, maximum.
Always griping, Werner. If it's the leg causing all this resentment, I seem to remember that being down to your affinity with pulling hazardous levers.
Enough of this tedious banter, Miss Croft. It is time for you to realize... Miss Croft? Now, let us review your sprinting skills.
So no, they're interested because they sense the extra heartbeat so dolphins experience the joy of an expectant mate. Ah, okay, so that's the reasoning why they do that. Troll, what in the 9 plagues is going on? Well, Von Croy doesn't realize, but he's going to become possessed of Set. Wicked, yeah, this inconsistency always bugged you. Cutscene is not even close to in-game place or vice versa. Yeah, I guess too, as well. I mean, this part that Lara's in now, in gameplay we just see the thing that she slid down into as well. But it doesn't match, of course, the direct entrance of what we saw. Press the button to pull Lara's guns out, she didn't even do it. So this was knowledge from watching Discovery Channel instead of cartoons growing up. Well, that's totally fair too as well. Because apparently when we're really young, we soak up more information than we do when we're older. Troll's Scarab attack, oh the horror, a truly buggy mess. I hate those things. Talking earlier in the stream about also seeing the Mummy remake, which came out the same year as this movie did. The 1999 remake, I should say. They've remade it again since then. But the Scarab's in that movie, the 1999 Mummy, literally getting inside your body and crawling all the way up to your brain and eating you from the inside out. Oh yeah, Troll, they really were. It's like, no thanks. Luckily not how scarabs work in real life. Yeah, that is lucky. Like, definitely wouldn't want them to work in that way. Well, fun fact about the scarab, it's actually the strongest animal comparative to size in the world. Well, the dung beetle is, which is a scarab. Ah, damn. The strongest animal comparative to size. Jeez. Troll, play that xylophone. Exactly. It's such an interesting game that you have to win against the invisible opponent. Yeah, Troll, the jackals. They're gone too. It's either them or Lara. Nice one, Lucas. Close your eyes. That fire sounds like someone is peeing. And peeing fire literally would not be a good thing either. That makes me think of A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master, where the way in which Freddy Krueger gets brought back to life, no joke, a dog pees fire onto his ashes. And that's what brings Freddy Krueger back to life. Yeah, Lucas, what a creative way to bring a villain back to life. Nice one, Troll. If you sound like that peeing, I suggest you see a doctor. Yes. Do not delay. Don't just go, oh, it'll be fine. It'll be okay next time. As usual, when I play these games, I hoard health kits. At this point in the game, let's see how many I have of the small and large. So small, I have 24 small medipacks, and large medipacks, I have 18 at the moment. So I'm pretty stubborn with the frequency at which I actually use health. Now, to be fair, it's a habit because in these games, whenever you finish a level, even if you had one hit left, at the start of the next level you'll get all your health back. So therefore you don't need to use your health kit before the previous level ended, because otherwise you'd just be wasting it. In this game, there's certain parts of the game where areas are divided and there's a loading screen that divides certain areas, and so when you pass through the loading screen, Lara gets all her health back as well. So you can go into an area, do what you need to do, you know, shooting enemies, all that kind of stuff, and then just go back to the previous area, and then when you get all your health back by going through the loading screen, then just return to where you need to actually go, and then you got full health again. So that's something that you can do multiple times in different parts of this game in particular, as I do believe the first game in the series where there's a lot of areas that are divided like that. So what Lara got there is the rules of the game Senet. To win the game, get all your pieces off the board by landing them on the final Ankh square. On your turn, spin the sticks. Your throw is the number of white sides showing. If no white sides show, your throw is a 6. If you throw a 6 or land on an Ankh square, you get an extra turn. If you land on an opponent's piece, it is returned to the start. I know, right, troll? Silly gods in their games. Makes me think of the idea of the gods and stuff just sitting back and kicking their legs up and having fun at the expense of human misery and all that kind of stuff. Makes me think of the Hercules and Xena TV series. The ancient gods were petty and cruel, and they plagued mankind with suffering. One of the gods just be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make someone lose all their family today. That should be fun, shouldn't it? Troll, you mean if you're immortal, you got to pass the time with something. Troll, rules of the Senate.
I am the Senate. No, 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 you will die.
Great, this issue with the controllers happened again. Why is it locked like that? Alright, now it's right again. Keone, 200 hours watched for my stream. Just saw your recap. A lot of lurks, lol. That is awesome, Keone. Thank you so very much for all that. That's great. It's crazy how it all accumulates, and it's cool that they give you the ability to see that information too as well. That's really cool. Thanks for all the lurking that you've done as well. I only gamble with my life, never my money. Very good, Wicked. That's a good way to go. Just kidding. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression as well. Troll. Lara must have so many bruises and broken bones from those jumps. That is so true. The toll that that kind of stuff would take on the body, all the scrapes, all the cuts, and all that kind of stuff. And then you think about, like times where she's run and dived and slid on cement and other hard surfaces as well while wearing shorts.
For I have served the god of light, Horus, at the time of plagues. To read this inscription means that the ruler of
darkness is free. Set is released to walk abroad amongst the mortals, enlisting his armies of the night to serve him. He who removes the amulet and releases the dark power of Set shall summon the sun god Horus, for only the power of light will again imprison him. By the power of the amulet and armor of Horus shall Set, the ever-living, be confined for all eternity. Summon the light of Horus through the light of the millennial constellations into his temple beneath the ageless pyramid, into his likeness set in stone. With his amulet and his armor, he is once more poised to battle and defeat Set.
I really like that FMV sequence, especially with all the skulls that are just floating towards the camera and just the woo sort of wailing of them. I just imagine what these kinds of things could look like in modern graphics. I mean, when the remasters of this game, Chronicles and the Angel of Darkness come out next year, we are going to see a stylized version of the graphics, modern graphics, but I mean to say like a full-on from the ground up remake, where they completely do everything from scratch again. Be interesting to see what they could do with that. With the remasters of 1, 2, and 3, the actual FMV sequences, if you choose to play the game with the old school graphics, the FMV sequences are pixelated, but if you choose to play with the remastered graphics in gameplay, when it switches to the FMV sequences, the image won't be pixelated. So in the remasters, they don't remaster completely in the new graphical style the FMV sequences. They keep them as is, but they do improve them, of course, so that they're not in the same way that they were in the original versions as well. So they're still remakes. They're still remasters, not remakes. Remasters, not remakes. It can be confusing sometimes because some games that are remasters can seem like they're a remake and vice versa. But a remaster is really when you take what's already existing and you don't completely throw everything out and then start all over again. What you do is you give it a fresh coat of paint, so to speak. You go in and you fix anything, like if there's any text that wasn't readable or isn't readable anymore in the old version, you clean that text up so you can read it, and make it higher quality and all that kind of stuff. Whereas a remake is like, right, let's start from the ground up again. Let's take the things we want from the original version, but then let's add some new things, and we'll do all of that in the newer graphics and all that kind of stuff. So remasters of the Tomb Raider games, for example, they're not redoing it from the ground up. However, they are also going in, and with the original graphics version, they're making fixes and stuff to particular things with the games. Like Chronicles, for example, it has this bug in one of the last levels, which can actually break your game to the point that if you don't have a save file before a certain point, then the save file that you made close to the point where the glitch happens, doesn't matter how many times you reload that save, the glitch will still happen and will still be in effect. For example, in Chronicles, there's this android that you need to destroy. The room that he's in, there's a wheel, or a valve, I should say. And if you go into the room and it's already flooded, then you know that the glitch has happened. But you can't just reload the save. Like, let's say you saved before you entered the room where this glitch can happen. If you reload that save, the glitch will still be there. But if you had another save that's probably, a few screens or a few areas before, then you'd have to reload that and then go to that spot. And if the glitch was active, then you'd have to, rinse and repeat. And so that happened with Chronicles, and it was so annoying because the thing with the valve is you need to be able to actually turn it back on and back off again. But if it's completely out of commission with the glitch, then you won't be able to turn it back. You won't be able to turn it off. And once you destroy the android, there's something you need to get from it. And to destroy the android, you need the water on the ground to help you because it's electrified. But of course, you can't get the item that you get from the android if it's still electrified. And if you can't turn the electricity off, well, you're not going to be able to progress because you need the item. It's not like a health kit or something like that. It's an actual item that you do need to actually finish the game. So those sorts of things, it'll be good to have them fixed in the remaster of Tomb Raider Chronicles, for example. Fixing those sorts of things is really good. Keanu remakes are harder to do. Not too sure on that front, really. I mean, with remasters, you've already got the thing there to work with. Whereas with a remaster, it's like you got to redo everything from the ground up as well. Where it's like, if you want to do the same story, but you want to make things look very different, then you'd have to start from scratch. Um, because the thing with the remasters of Tomb Raider, for example, is the skeleton of the old school game is still there. So that when you actually switch between two graphical modes, you're able to see the old school version of the graphics. And then the new graphics in the remastered version, they have that as the framework, but then they are able to do their own thing. Like in the first three games, the original version, when the characters were talking, there was no mouth movement. Their heads would just bop up and down as the dialogue was being said with the audio. This game, the fourth one, gave them mouth movement, but it was very basic mouth movement. It's pretty much just open, close, open, close, open, close very fast. But in the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, they actually gave the characters lip sync to the dialogue and stuff like that. So they can do that sort of thing with the remasters. So they'll do the same thing with the remasters of 4, 5, and 6 so that when the characters speak, it won't be the rudimentary, very crude way of the mouth movement. It'll be actual lip synced to the dialogue and stuff. But I imagine like a remake is harder because you're redoing all the assets from scratch, whereas with a remaster you're doing assets again, but you're also using what's already there to lay on top of it as well. But it'd be interesting to see what the actual process of the remastering of games is. That's why I like behind the scenes stuff. I think it's really cool to be able to see the behind the scenes of things. There's something really weird going on with my controller and this game. Alright, let's fix that. Okay, so I think what I want to do is actually go on a proper break. So I'll just put a message up to the top of chat. Okay, so I'm going to go on a 10 minutes break, and then I'll be back to continue on. So I'll probably stream for at least another hour, I think, after I get back on my break. But then also, it depends on where I get up to as well in that time. But I'll be back in 10 minutes after my break. Alrighty then, back from my break. So, I wanted to stream for another hour. The level that we're up to is before the train level, so I'd like to do this one and then the train level. Whether that takes me an hour or not, I'm not too sure, but I think that's where I want to end today's stream, because the next sections after that have a lot of areas to them with different loading screens set between them, and so I'd rather do that at the start of a stream rather towards the end of a stream. So it won't be like a long 8-9 hour stream, but I want to get this level and then the next level done where you're on the train, and then that's where I'm going to call it a stream. Thank you for the welcome back, Keone. Muchly appreciated. In this level, we have to deal with the Guardian of Semachet, this bull thing that chases after you. This is a nice similarity between the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark, where there's a location that Indy needs to find, and he needs to use a staff to actually put it at the right height in a certain position, and then a beam of light from the sun shines down on it and, then reveals on the map the location of where he needs to go to find the Ark. So it's a similar kind of deal in the sense you have a map here and stuff. It's not like 100% the same, but it always reminds me of that part. Come to think of it, I think Raiders of the Lost Ark was the adventure movie that sort of like set a precedent where certain adventure movies afterwards or video games have the sort of like story point where the villains are trying to find something and then the heroes are trying to find it too. And then the heroes find out where it is and they're like, they're digging in the wrong place. Because in Raiders of the Lost Ark, that's what happens. The Nazis are trying to find the location, but they're digging in the wrong dig site. And so Indy and them are like, they're digging in the wrong spate, I could swear there's an Uncharted game too where that happens as well, So I think that was the movie that kickstarted off that kind of quote-unquote cliche, I guess you could say. And I mean, for visiting distance people, it requires a lot of faith and plans. Sorry, you couldn't resist making a joke. I don't blame you for using the Dutch plan. You don't want Dutch making your plans, though, because they don't always end in something good happening. If they do in the short term, it's definitely not in the long term. Exactly, out of mode. Very clever. Just need faith. Money. That's all you need. Don't need to know how to do things to get things in a way that is beneficial. You just need to know that that's what you need to do. You just need to have faith and money. It'll all just come together. Okay, so the thing that Lara picked up is the golden Vreus. And this thing that Lara just got is the Guardian Key. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. Welcome. How's your morning so far? Indeed, Tomb Raider today. I'm doing a dual pistol only playthrough. There are points where I need to actually use a weapon with a scope, because there's things that need to be shot, and the only way you can actually hit it is if you go into zoom mode with a scope. So the revolver or the crossbow are two weapons that need a scope, so I can use either one of those when it comes to those sorts of things. But everywhere else, and every other enemy and all that, and all the enemies have to deal with them with the dual pistols. I wanted to do something that wasn't going to be a major difficulty. There are some enemies that, if you have the shotgun, you can shoot them to make them get blown back, because the only way to kill them is for them to fall to their death, like skeletons. Or you can blow them up with your grenade ammo with your crossbow. But I'm not allowed to do that for this playthrough, so I can't deal with them in that way. I just have to basically avoid them and put up with them. So there'll be a little bit of, tricky parts here and there, but it's not going to be like an, oh my god, this is going to take me months challenge. Welcome back, Anemone. You had to restart the damn phone? Ah, well that's definitely understandable, having to do that. It's annoying having, like, phone issues. Listen, the morning is going well. Week is halfway over for you, seeing if you can coast through the rest of the week. Hopefully so. Listen, that would be awesome if you could. And that's good that you're over halfway. The only other dual pistol's good. They're great in the sense that there's unlimited ammo. So if you want to spare your ammo with the other weapons, they're good to use. However, they are the weakest weapon in the game, though. Listen, the interesting type of playthrough. You need to do playthroughs like that for some later Resident Evil games. Now that would be cool to see you do that type of thing, Lucinda, with Resident Evil. Do like a knife only runs and all that kind of stuff. I've never done that myself with those particular games. I did a handgun only playthrough of Evil Within once, but it was more like just a testing of how it would go. I did the whole game, but I wasn't sure how it would go just doing that. And I mean, also, that's why you don't trust so much people unless they're serious to do actions. Well, that's fair enough too, and especially if they've proven that you can't actually put faith in them as well. Listen, do you know that tomorrow you might not be around because you have to report to the other office that is farther away, so you have to leave work earlier? That's fair and understandable too, as well. Having to do that, these sorts of things where it's like, it's not always just the same distance. And it means, having to add extra sort of like prep time. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. And ammonia, like too many errors and being forced. That's true as well, And some people just don't have that sort of like temperament to be mindful of certain things as well. Hello there, Enmita. How's it going today, dude? Oh, that's great to hear, dude. I'm glad to hear that, Amita. As for me, I'm doing pretty well, making good progress in this game. And Amon, yeah, sadly, some has literally scarred you forever with that kind. And it's also unfair too, as well, for that to have happened. It's just, you know, sometimes people don't think about how certain things and actions can have long-term repercussions on the person that they're doing things to, you know. To them it might just seem like a simple thing that, you know, oh, just get over it, but, you know, that's definitely not the case all the time. There's definitely things that, you know, are very difficult to get over. Cheers in, Mita. Thanks, dude. I'm doing a dual pistols only playthrough. There are some things that need to be shot with a scoped weapon, but anything in terms of like combat stuff, I'm not allowed to use any other weapons. Exactly, Anemone. That's for sure. I suppose I can use one of my 27 small medipacks, if I have to, game.
Hands on your head. Take me to Von Croy. Where's he headed?
You waste your time.
This attitude problem. You people need to learn some manners. Tell me now, or you've just run out of time.
Alexandria.
Your workforce is about to be delayed.
CJ, all you had to do was follow the damn train. Anemone then continued their bullcrap and errors. In a way, you got a good meme. Is about Alien. You just posted it. Oh, nice, Anemone. That's cool. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Welcome on in. I know, right, Kieran? He's like, just follow the damn train. That's all you need to do. It should be very simple. There's the train. Just follow it. I like that transition too, from that guy screaming, opening his mouth, and then the cave, and then the train. Oh, nice one, Anemone. Added a little something to one of the conference rooms with an alien head poking out the top. Now, wouldn't that be a damn surprise? Like, imagine that, just sitting there in your office and then all of a sudden you have an alien just pop its head out. Keone, crazy how GTA 5 was #1 most watched category this year. Oh, was it, Keone? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I still need to actually check that stuff for myself, for my own recap of 2024. Yeah, and a bonus, like, that could be a sort of like an Earth version of Alien Isolation as well. Instead of it taking place on a space station, having it take place in an office building. Got a little bit of Resident Evil's fixed camera angle. Oh, nice for you. I hope you had a good rest, dude. This level would go so well with the music from Raise the Lost Ark, when Indy is chasing for the Ark on in the jeeps, in the vehicles and stuff. listen to that would be so incredibly hard to do on a moving train. That is so damn true. Imagine slipping, and imagine your feet just grazing something on the ground there as the train's going past. It'd be like, no, dead. Great, my controller is locking up again. Either there's something wrong with this Xbox controller I've had for a while, or there's some sort of glitch happening with the joy-to-key program I use to trick the game into thinking I'm using a keyboard. It's only been doing that in this stream with this game today. Yeah, listen, that'd be like a rest in peace Lara moment there for sure. Alright, so now Lara has the crowbar. In this game, thankfully, when Lara uses the crowbar, she doesn't throw it on the ground after using it. In Tomb Raider 3, if you're not careful and you don't notice, or you forget, Lara, after using the crowbar, will throw it on the ground, and then you can go off and then wonder why later you can't get through an area because you don't have the crowbar, and you're like, oh fuck, where is it? Oh, that's right, it's back where I used the crowbar last time. So they don't do that in this one, thankfully. The pity Lara couldn't kick them off the train. Oh, that would have been cool. I mean, in Tomb Raider 1, there's an animation in a cutscene, not an FMV sequence, but an actual in-game cutscene where she does a kick, and it's sort of like a bit of a coat hanger kick that she does on Larson as well. In Tomb Raider 3, they were originally going to have Lara use or be able to use a knife, but they got rid of that idea, but they kept the animations, or some of it, I think, for the crowbar using. Here, only this level brings back the nostalgia. Yeah. Another game that has a train level on it that I feel the same way about is Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow that I did a 20th anniversary run of recently. There's a train mission that's really cool because Sam has to actually climb under the train and go on like a pipe thing underneath it as the ground is rushing past really fast, and then going around on the sides of the train with other trains passing by, going on the roof of it, you know, those sorts of things. Yeah, Lucinda, like imagine, I mean, I don't have to imagine, it's happened to me before, but I mean to say, imagine in real life doing that. I have a very important item, I will just use it and then throw it on the ground. It'd be like if you had some keys and you're just like, right, I've used the key, I'll just throw it on the ground. Instead of keeping it on you, and so you can use it again later, you just throw it on the ground. And then, oh, I need to pick this up. Well now, there we go, a free rest in peace Lara. That I wasn't intending to do. What a angle though that was. There we go, a free rest in peace Lara. Listen, he reminded you of the hook shot in Resident Evil 0. Oh no, that damn thing. Like, man, these things that they go, oh, this will be a great little thing to have. Nice one, Anemone, for redeeming a rest in peace Lara. Do you want the same one? Like the same death? Or do you want me to do like a running jump dive off the top of the train? Yeah, Lucinda, wrecked indeed, really wrecked. Anemone here, don't do the action. No, just nothing. Oh no, I see what you're doing, but yeah, no, don't feel you have to redeem something like that when it's just happened naturally. But what I'll do is I'll do a run and dive off the top. Okay, I can't climb on that anymore. It's alright, Lara, you'll be fine. Just shake yourself off. It happens. Listen, it's still funny to watch. It happens so fast. It really does. It's like a lightning bolt. And just that camera angle too. Anemone, you said don't, but okay. No, it's all good, Anemone. Yeah, I don't want people spending their points on something that is more than just a... like the... Must have been the wind one I have. That's just like, you know, a redeem comment type of stuff. But when it comes to redeems that actually do have a function like, you know, redeem this and I'll do this, then I definitely want to, you know, make sure that people are using their points and getting their points worth. Hey, Ogorki. How's things going today? Oh, that's excellent, Ogorki. Glad to hear that. That's good. Alright, not that I can use the grenade launcher. We've got some ammo for it. Nice one, Amita. Those guys look like Spider-Man. Also reminds me of like when I was a kid, I had Spider-Man pajamas, which also came with like a mask as well, like not a plastic mask, but an actual fabric mask as well, like the eye mask and things. It's so funny the things you remember years later, you know, to back when you were a kid.
Lara, you are alive. I feared for you. What?
Von Croy has the amulet.
Ah, this is bad. But he doesn't yet have the armor. There is still time to prepare for Set.
Jean, I'm tired. Give a girl a break.
My dear, when all this is over, you can retire. But now we must move swiftly. My men dive in the bay for remnants of Cleopatra's lost palaces.
Cleopatra?
Yes. She realized the armor's significance and had it brought here. Some was subsequently scattered, but...
And where would you recommend I start looking?
In the catacombs under Alexandria. My diggers have unearthed chambers connected to the Great Library. This would hold the true location of Cleopatra's palaces. We have yet to find a way in, but you...
Take me there.
There is a problem.
Von Croy.
Yes. His dig is expanding, crossing many of my own tunnels. Of course, my men would no longer work when Von Croy's thugs appeared on the scene.
Time to introduce myself to Werner's loyal workforce.
First, you must get into the catacombs. Von Croy has them completely sealed up, and I fear he will soon have the armor.
Over my dead body.
This I fear also. I shall wait here for news. Return if you feel I can help in any way. Good luck, Lara. I fear you may need it.
I make my own luck.
I love how Lara says that again. At the start of the game, when it flashed back to 1985, when Lara was 16 going on an expedition with Werner von Croy, there's a part where he mentions luck, and then Lara's like, I make my own luck. And now she said it again in present time. Yeah, listener, not the amulet. Subsequent. Amulet. Amita's team was acting a bit weird yesterday. At first it was saying that it could not sync with the cloud saves, and if you loaded the game, you could lose all the progress. Then when you ended the task on Task Manager, it didn't want to open anymore. You had to restart your PC for it to work again. That is really frustrating. Like, the whole thing with cloud saves and syncing and all that kind of stuff, and the threat of, losing the progress, it's so annoying. And like on the Xbox 360, for example, I mean, on the Xbox One or the Series S or X, whichever one you have, when you're playing a backwards compatible Xbox 360 game or something, it has to like synchronize your cloud saves, and sometimes it does it multiple times over a time. I'm like, surely it remembers the last time I played this game, you know? Yeah, Lucinda, I make my own luck. Shay Cormac and his luck. So that's a little bit of a tease of where I'm up to in the story ahead of tomorrow's stream. But I'm going to actually end it here, and then at the start of tomorrow's stream, I'll redo that cutscene as like a recap for people who didn't see it at the end of this stream. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles. He's playing through Assassin's Creed 1. He's doing a playthrough where he has to kill only the main targets, and he has to only use the hidden blade as well. So he's doing a playthrough of that, and it's part of his wider historical order playthrough where he's incorporating not only Assassin's Creed, but also many other franchises into an order where it's like when one game is set in one time period, he plays that game, and then he moves on to the next one in the next year, or maybe it's like the next decade along. So he's doing like a timeline order run of all these different games. So he's currently doing Assassin's Creed 1. He's also going to be incorporating Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, which is a story that takes place about 1 or 2 months after the events of Assassin's Creed 1, with Altair going to Cyprus. So he's also including that as well. So we're going to go right out to Crocodiles to see how he's doing with that. But before we do that, though, I just want to give some shout outs. Would like to definitely recommend people check out the following streamers: Amateur Tech, who has been doing Helldivers 2, Inmita, who has been doing a playthrough of God of War Ragnarok for his first time, Grail Draven, who has been doing Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2, Lightus, who is a big fan of the Mortal Kombat franchise, doing different kinds of playthroughs, doing Mortal Kombat 2 and many others in that series, Lucinda, who is doing a playthrough of games like Diablo 4, as well as the Resident Evil series, currently up to Resident Evil 1 Remake, and also a fan of games like Dishonored. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden, as well as the Outlast games. Shitterlock is playing through GTA 5. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed as well, and he plays the reboot Tomb Raider games also. He did some playthroughs of those recently. And Shaky, who is doing a playthrough of WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. And Mita, yeah, you're like, what the hell? I don't blame you. And it really makes you double take because you're like, hang on, if I do this, is this going to make the save file go away? Or is it wanting me to do this to make sure it doesn't? Catch you later, Keone. You take care as well. Thank you so much for being here too. No worries at all for the stream in Mita. And thank you. You take care too. Definitely see you again soon. No worries for the stream, Lucinda. No problemo. And no worries at all for the shout out either. No problemo. And same to you as well, Mita. No problem for the shout out. More than happy to give you guys shout outs. That's all good, Lizzie. No problem at all for the stream. I hope that the rest of your day goes well too. And Shilla, same to you as well. No worries at all for the shout out and for the stream too. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this again. So if you see me streaming it again, you know it's become Thursday. I haven't decided yet what the game will be that runs on Saturday through to Tuesday, and I anticipate it'll probably take me 3 streams to get through this. So I don't think I'll be getting through the game tomorrow, but you never know, because I'm not actually worried about getting secrets or picking up all the ammo and stuff. But I doubt I'll finish it tomorrow though. But made a good start on it today. But thank you once again, everyone, for watching. I really do appreciate it a lot. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. And I've also got a raid message for subscribers. Oh shit, Lucinda, thanks for letting me know. I forgot that I had that in place before I started the stream, and then when I was doing my stream elements message, I decided not to do the secrets, but then forgot that I had already put secrets in the title. So I'll have to fix that for tomorrow's stream as well. Yeah, so I was going to do that, but then at the start of the stream, I was like, I changed my mind because it was just going to take a long time. I'd have to use a guide and look back and forth, and have to go through with a fine tooth comb because I can't remember where they all are off the top of my head and all that kind of stuff. So, but thanks for letting me know. I wouldn't have noticed otherwise. Thanks again, Lucinda. Muchly appreciated. And there we go. There's a raid message for subscribers as well, with some of my classic Lara Tomb Raider emotes. Make sure I copy it myself as well. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your day, and thanks for watching the stream. Muchly appreciated.